Welcome. It's Friday, and you know what time it is. Um, we're gonna start making some. Well, I'm just gonna continue what I was already doing before the stream. I was making some Reese sounds, just like some long sustained single notes that you can chuck into samplers. And just ones that have like random modulation in it, and then you can use that and put it into a sampler, and then resample it or whatever, turn it into a cool Reese. But I want to make a couple more, and then maybe I don't know, maybe we'll process one of them or something and see if what we get. Maybe make some more, because I kind of want to do a couple of different versions. So I kind of want to do sort of like the most basic ones, I guess, from like the whole bunch, and then I want to resample those basically and get like a second stage of resampling, and then maybe I'll even do a third, so that you'll have like two or three different ones of each Reese basically. Let's get started. Let's do that. Okay. There. Oh. Let's see. That is 16. 8 bars probably enough. Now I am making these in the key of C, so that you can just chuck them into a sampler or a synth or anything, and you don't really have to worry about the key. You can just chuck them in and get started right away. So I make them on a low C, but that shouldn't really matter too much. Let's grab maybe a Serum. And let's see, what should we do for the first one? Should we just, I mean, I can put the note up real quick so you can get a different pitch real quick. Just make that mono. And let's use a couple of these sample and hold LFOs. So I'm gonna put one, let's put one on the detune so we get like randomized detune. And let's just smoothen that, set it to Hertz. But that's just moving around. And let's just copy these right now, because we're gonna probably use a bunch of them. So we'll just copy that over. And then we can also go into here and we can chuck that on here so that the depth of that is also controlled by something. We'll just change the rate ever so slightly. What? Why did that look like noise? That was weird. Maybe we'll chuck another one on there for good measure. And change that rate again. And then we'll use 4 for the depth again there. Maybe we'll these a little bit quicker. Cool. Let's maybe use another oscillator, something here. Use that one. And let's just do a little bit of that. Kinda weird. Why that is happening, I'm not sure why, but let's just let's see. Grab that one. Oh yeah, let's change these rates a little bit. So we just want to get like random movement basically. Maybe add a bit of drive. Maybe also do the dry wet. Just put that on here. I don't know, we'll use 1. What if we morph this wavetable? And then we chuck something on the wavetable position as well. Cool. Oh, we'll just stick to a solve for now. Let's go into here and let's see. I think I'm gonna just do low and high. Yeah, like that. Okay, cool. I wish there was a solo button for the low and highs. Like, I wish there was an easy way to just hear the highs and just hear the lows, but don't think, no, that just turns the... Or is that... No, that just bypasses the effects that are on here, probably. Yeah. So, I wish there was a solo button here, so we could just solo just the highs. I just changed one of the images. I just made another folder where I copied all the... I just copied the default skin folder, and then I just opened up the image with the logo in Photoshop, and I just added my own, basically. Okay, nice, Bootney. Yeah, that would be great if we would have like a solo button in here, because I've had so many times when I was working on this and I was working on like the highs or the lows, and I was like, if I could just solo it, I would be able to hear so much better what I'm doing. Okay, so let's give this some movement. Let's do another one. That. And let's just chuck you on there, and we'll pick 3 this time. So the highs are now being filtered a bit more, and they're not so continuous, I guess, if that is a word. Let's chuck a distortion after it. Something like that. let's put some more stuff on here. Let's go do a little... It's still mono, so let's do a bit of hyperdimension maybe. I was kind of thinking of maybe going a bit neuro-y today, and it's kind of going into that direction now, so might as well do that. Let's go and make this twice as long. Okay, let's maybe a bit of flanger. Put a... Just want as much weirdness as possible, I guess. Without it turning unusable. Sure, why not? Just so it becomes a bit weirder. Making some nasty sounds though. Like it's a bit heavily in terms of the distortion, but it's making some really nasty sounds. We can always cut the sub off and put a clean sub under it, so... also try putting this on 1 and then detuning this one, seeing what happens. I think I like the unison more. I spy in art mode. Does it have a version of Cthulhu attached? Yeah, basically it does. So in here we got like an arpeggiator basically, and you got like all these patterns you can set up, so you can switch between different art patterns and shit. I haven't really messed with it yet, but that is not even the most crazy thing in my opinion. The most crazy thing is here, because we got a full-on fucking piano roll, so you don't even technically need the arp. Like it's nice that it's there, but you really don't need it because you can just make entire patterns in here. So like, it's kind of not really necessary, but it's cool that it's there. Let's also put some on here. Okay, cool. Let's just bounce this note. The ARP is if you're super lazy. Yeah, I guess. Okay, let's go back in here, because we have a patch now that we can just mess with. So what if we just change this? Let's add some noise. Let's do white. Let's maybe change this one. More randomness. You know what? I'm gonna bounce this one as well. Kind of interesting. Does it have MIDI MPE out? What do you mean with MIDI MPE out? It definitely has MPE. Ooh, that's making some nasty things. Let's make you move. Doesn't even really matter much. Cool. Bounce. Can it output MIDI from the piano roll and /ARP? Oh, that's a good one. I don't know. I don't know if it's able to do that, but we should be able to test that real quick. Wait, we don't even need a note for that. We can just... Right, so we turn that off, and we create another track, and we put a Serum on there. Can we... I guess we should be able to. No, doesn't seem like that works. But no, I guess there's it just doesn't work. That would be a cool thing to have though. Yeah. Do you need to arm it? No, it just doesn't work. In the clip and art page, it has a MIDI out. Ah, okay. Really? Where? Where? Where am I? Oh, here. Ah, okay. So you just turn it on. And then it works, I guess. I assume. I mean, I have to try it now, don't I? So if we go in here, and we go here, and we say on. Is that playing? Was I in the right one? Yeah, I'm in the right one. Okay, so that's doing something. I don't know. I don't know how it works then. Because that ain't doing anything. So, but I'll figure that out. It's not something I do anyway that much, so doesn't really matter. Apparently it does have it, but you go figure out how it works. Read the manual or something. Let me check real quick how that... Did I bounce this one? Sounds like it. Let's see what else we can find in here. Bit more square wave-ish kinda. the... Let's just bounce that one. It's really different from the other one, so not sure how usable that one is, but always good to have variety. Doesn't really matter, I think, if that one is mono or not, but let's add some randomness to here as well. Let's go... I can just drop that in there. That one sounds kind of interesting. So that's 25. I think that's plenty for now. Okay. Alright, that's going to be really low, of course. I am going to have to adjust that. We can just... So, let's see what we can do with this. Where are the... Oh wait, we have to go to classic probably. Set up a loop. Right, let's go and take that off. Oh, that one is longer, I think. wish you could click in here and move this around, but we cannot. We have to use this. Okay, let's see if we can set up a bit of a thing that resamples this. Let's see. Let's set up a little rack for ourselves. So maybe let's do so we have some notes. Ooh. Ooh. Why is that sound? Why does that sound so cool? There's like a... Oh, it's looping right before the next... And there's no fade, of course, happening because it's at the start of the file. That's nice though. Let's set up a couple different things. Let's group this. We want to have the start position. We want to change that. And I guess the length as well, but we're going to have to go in here. Oh, that's in a percentage. We want like 0 to, or not even 0, but like 0.1 or something. To maybe 2 or 3%. Maybe 2.5. And then the slowest is gonna have to be a bit more than that, 0.5. Let's go quicker. 0.2. 0.3. Maybe actually we'll just have it quick so that we get quicker things as well. Let's actually just bring the fade down. That first part just sounds fucking nasty. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I believe that that one is longer than the other ones, I think. I made that one 32 bars. Ah. That one is 16. Okay, so I do have a bit of an idea of what I can do for that, but I'm not going to do that now. I'll probably just chop that first one up into 2, so that they're the same length. And you'll have an extra one. Okay, let's go and make sure that it also works for this one. I guess that works. Does this have smoothing? Don't think it does. No, okay. We'll grab an LFO. Actually, let's do that. Let's just chuck that on here. I'm not gonna do that. What if we just grab expression control and let's do random. That works. Let's grab another random. Actually, let's set that to unipolar or bipolar. Let's do map that to this one. Get some weird shit happening. Let's see what happens. Right, so let's see. Okay, so for these, I guess I do want to change this a little bit. Maybe 0.5. Let's put that on 4. Okay, we are also getting some clicks. That's because of this. Yeah, it's good for just resampling stuff, you know? Setting it up like this. You can just feeding some MIDI notes. Like right now it does this, but if we just, I don't know, do that. Or just have like, I don't know, one note here. We have fade. It's just very short. Let's make it a bit bigger. So every time it plays a note, it just changes the sound. It changes the position. So then if you start adding some MIDI in here, you get all kinds of different things. You don't want to have that really fast stuff, then we just up this a little bit. But I do kind of like the faster things as well, so... Your sub. Let's just high pass this one. Maybe a bit much reverb, but I wanna just start processing this a little bit more and see what we get. Let's add notch filtering. Oh yeah, this is in another rack. That. I'm just gonna use this one. No, we can leave that, doesn't matter. Yeah, there's some really nasty stuff happening. Even like if I bring the bias too far down, it even cuts out all the reverb. See, it just cuts it out. There's no reverb. Okay, so what if we also put that on a macro? And let's go from minus 0.25 to 0.25. And I'm just gonna copy this one. Could put that on a macro, or I'm just gonna chuck, because I don't want to have to mess with the ranges too much. I'm gonna grab an LFO here. Let's just do lighter maybe, or let's try straight. That one goes a bit more from slow and quick, and just bring it down a bit. Then let's do map to here. This works as well. Get some of those really harsh highs a bit less harsh, I guess. Just move a notch filter through it. Maybe put that somewhere earlier. Maybe before the roar. Let's go back in here, and if we now chuck one of the different samples in it, taking care of the clipping a little bit. Now it doesn't clip. And that's a good one as well to put on something. Let's chuck you on a macro, and let's do that one as well. Yeah, okay. Let's do the pitch envelope amount. Let's go from 0 to, or no, let's actually do -48 as well. That might be cool. Maybe -48 is a bit much. -24 and 36 maybe. And then this is gonna go from that to, what should we do? 300 milliseconds or something. And then we want to have 2 more randoms here. Let's do random. Hook that up to 100. This one as well. And then this one, we're gonna map to that. And this one is gonna be mapped to there. So now every time we hit a note, we get a different sort of like pitch envelope. Let's see what we get. I mean, we should. I'm not really seeing it though. I mean, that is moving, but it doesn't look like it's moving here for some reason. Oh, maybe we have to do that real quick. Let's just set those to remote, because then I can actually see. There we go. Like, the sample itself doesn't even change it anymore that much. Okay, that one does. I guess because it has less sub. So what we could do, I have an idea. What if we chuck an EQ8 right here with a low shelf? Just doing that, basically. Just moving that around. Let's map you to a macro. Or not even moving it around maybe, but just changing it every time a note hits. The gain is going to go from 0 to, let's just do the full 15 dB, why not? So then if this is like that, we do get that. So let's see if we can, if we just set that to there, we don't get that. Seems about right. Maybe I want that to move a little bit along with it, so I'm gonna map that to the same macro, and already kind of does it, but let's change the Q. Let's bring it down a little bit. That's nicer. So now let's grab the last random here. And we'll chuck that on there. Okay, that's a bit much maybe. Oh wait, we also want to have one of the samples with more sub. Let's grab one that is, yeah, like that one. Those high notes, what the fuck are those? And let's bring the gain maybe to -10. It's already too much, maybe even just like 5. And then I guess the Q can also go up a bit. Those high notes, why are those happening? That because the sample length is too short. Set that to 2. Oh, I know why that is happening. That happens when it goes all the way to the end. So we want to have the sample start. Let's put that maybe at like 95%. That's better. Now I do wish that maybe this was just moving a bit as well. We should be able to do that though if we put that on modulate. We just don't see it, I guess. But is it still doing something when it's not set to modulate? It should be, but I'm not sure why we're not seeing that. Okay, we are. It's still doing stuff. So that means now we can also... Oh yeah. Probably put the macro all the way down. Why is it not going up all the way? Is that because of this? There we go. Not sure why the other ones are going all the way though, and this one doesn't, but that's whatever. Maybe another LFO. And we just want to have a slow one. and I just want that macro. Oh, that's not possible? Okay, then it's gonna go and move that. Then it's possible. Oh wait, no, I don't want the frequency, I want the gain. God damn it. Why is that not possible? Can it not do two things? Okay, well that's a shame. Ableton, please give us the option to add multiple modulators to a macro knob. Why is that not possible? Like, that would be so handy, just having like the ability to have multiple modulators change a macro. Because then I could have this end change sort of like to a random value every time it hits a note, and at the same time I can also slightly make it move a little bit. Not too important, but... Unrelated question, do you know any good methods for... I'm not the right person to ask about techno, man. I'm sorry. The only times I've messed with techno was when I was just, you know, doing some drum and bass with a 4 to the floor kick. That's about as much techno as I do. So I do like techno, but I mean, I'm not sure why I do that. We have a built-in LFO here. Definitely making some weird sounds, this. I think I'm just gonna save this rack, to be honest. Let me just save that. And then let me chuck that into here. Let's do it here. Reese. Cool. Let's maybe just make a bit of tune-ish stuff, and then we'll see where we get. I kind of wanted to do this and set up a bit of a patch that I can then later use after the stream to basically make more sounds out of those Reeses. But these Reeses I will chuck on Patreon. So those will be on Patreon, and I will probably just spend tomorrow afternoon messing with a chain like this, with these files to make more varieties and more things from it. But yeah, that's what I wanted to start with today. Okay. I've been rewatching Ghost in the Shell this week. I watched the first movie today, and I'm probably gonna watch the second tomorrow, or maybe after the stream. I just wanted to revisit them again, and it's been a while. I hadn't seen them in a while, so I was like, let me go and watch them again. And yeah, it has got me inspired a bit, but I also was listening to some of the soundtracks. I wasn't just watching Ghost in the Shell. I have a folder with like old anime, basically. Like I have a whole folder with like animes that I've got downloaded, so I can just watch them whenever I want. And I've got like a whole folder with like a lot of like 80s, 90s anime. And I'm kind of revisiting those because it's kind of cool. But I'm also in those soundtracks. I'm hearing a lot of 80s synths and 80s music, so I'm kind of inspired by that at the moment. And I saw that I had all these Roland plugins that I never use. They sent me a license a while back, and I just never really used them a lot. But why not? Let's just see if we can find something in here. Just go to I don't know, pads. I have already marked a couple that I liked, but let's just do by rating then. I've been messing a lot with A sharp minor in the past week as well. Which, by the way, would be the same as F Phrygian, just in case you're wondering. Ooh, I like that one. Ooh. Could go there. Let's find some kind of a thing that we can sustain through this. Probably on that note. because that's the root of the track, or the root of the scale. Let's see if we have something in here. Where is this one? What do we got in here? Drones. Yeah, why not? Not what I was necessarily hoping for, but that does sound kind of cool. Not in the note that I'm playing, but... I do kind of... whatever that was. I like the tone of that. What is that? Somebody with perfect pitch in the chat. Tell me what that is. Because it sounds cool. Roughly A2. Okay. Happens with the module. Oh, that brings in a gate. We don't want that. So let's not do that. Let's make sure that stays down. Don't want to bring that gate in. But I want to use the... I think this could be a really nice atmosphere to start the track off with. So let me just Let's just freeze and flatten this. Hey, it's still fixed. The chat is still working fine. Nice. Webcam will be back in just a bit, guys. Right, so let me check real quick. I'm hearing a C in there. Let's make this one a bit quieter. Because I'm definitely hearing a C in there, but also some other notes. Yeah, I'm also hearing a G sharp. Sure. There's a little bit of D sharp, I believe. Like that would make it a G sharp major chord. Then there's also something there, I guess. And then there's something there. Guess that. Yeah, it's probably not exactly right, but we will tune it. So what is below that? That just... Yeah, it's slightly flat indeed. But that's fine. It's also drifting a bit, I think. That's why. That's fine. I think it can just stay where it is. You think minor? Sure. Definitely on G sharp there, but what if we... Let's just see. Let's go... Put you... We don't have to warp it actually, we can just... Let's put it on A sharp. or roughly A sharp, I guess. Yeah, see, it goes up a bit here, and then it goes back down a bit. And then we'll just MacGyver that last section. That should do the job. Let me chuck you aside. Let's see. It's really low, but can we edit stuff in here? Oh, we can. Nice. How is this set up? What the fuck is this? I guess this is the... How do we know? Jesus Christ, what the... What the fuck? Okay. Let's see. Can we... Okay. So... Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Okay. I want to know where the edit. Okay, we can. Okay, you can actually edit everything. Where are the envelopes? Here. Ah. Right. So let's. Can we link them somehow? No. Not sure which one is controlling what, but I just wanna longer decay. Kinda worked. I'm gonna make them all. So, wait, why am I hearing myself? That's I don't want that. Let's see. If this is if this is roughly playing an A sharp, then 5, put it on C sharp, I guess. No, that doesn't work. Why does that one not work? Or does it? Kind of. I want a different note or something. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's add some more sounds. Brassets. That is in D sharp. Let's it's gonna be really fucking low. I might have to make one myself. Okay, what kind of works? I would like some like bells maybe in the background here. I mean, we could see if there's some bells in those in that Roland plugin maybe. In this one, probably has bells. Rings. Oh, bell here. Have I rated any? Oh, I did. What does that sound like? One. Ooh. That is cool. That's kind of what I was looking for. Can we take that first thing out? I guess we can. Okay, just that one. What I want. It's pretty quiet, but... And let's see what we get an octave down as well. Ooh, both are cool. And if I freeze it again, are they then the same or are they different? Probably gonna be the same, but oh no, they're actually different. Slightly, but they are different. But very slightly. Okay, cool. Actually, these are a bit much. What happens if we reverse this one? Okay, that one I don't really like, so... But I still think it can work. What if we stretch the hell out of this one? Can we? Let me check. Can we chuck this straight in here? Oh, we can. Nice. Chuck it back on there so we don't lose it. Let's go and stretch this with, I don't know, 8 times the original length or something. Could probably be useful. Let's just render this. Should be fine. I don't know how long. I always yeah, that's 9 minutes. That's fine. Okay, render that. So now we should have a weird atmosphere. Let's see if we can use that in here. Oh wait, I have an idea. Let me go back real quick. Let me utilize this built-in shift thing here. Let's just chuck it up an octave. See what happens. Okay, that's a bit much maybe. But those quieter parts might be nice. It becomes more like a harmonic kind of thing. Let's see, 24 up? Yeah, that's too crazy. Let's keep it on 12. We could also try the frequency shift. But that's gonna make it even more atonal. It's already quite atonal, so let's just leave it on this. You also got this ratios thing, which is also quite interesting. You can basically add like an octave, but at like a lower level. Probably better if we turn the pitch shift off, because then we get the original and a higher octave. But I think I'm just gonna export the higher octave as well. How do we get back to the how do we get back to the waveform view? Oh, here. Let's just render that as well. Octave up. There we go. Okay, nothing here. Oh, okay, yeah, there we go. So around here it probably starts to do some better things. Oh, I think it has done the low octave as well. Actually, it has the tone of a bit of a church bell now there. Let's just see if we can knock it in. That kind of works. Last section a little bit quieter. Let's put some reverb on it. grab an addictive drums. I have a better idea. Instead of painstakingly making hats, why don't we just go in here and we let's make sure we have a time signature of 4/4. We get all kinds of things in 4/4, and then we can just grab we got here intro, and then let me go in here. Just gonna solo the hats so we can see these are all sync the tempo. Let's go to some more beats. No swing beats. Yeah, sure, straight beats. What do we get here? More interesting. Come on, give us a nice pattern. I know they're in here. Let me sync that. Ooh, kind of like that one. Let's just drag this in here. Okay, let me go and quantize the start position. These. Okay, that works. Hey, don't want to do that. Come back. Oh, I should probably save. How long is this? 16. Okay, so this will be the second 16s. Do we want to have this already here? Nah, we want to leave that till later. I like that, actually, just going from A sharp to F sharp. Kind of like that. Which will be the 1 to the 6, I guess. I'm not entirely sure about yet, but we'll get to that. roughly hitting 0. Okay. Just so that I know what the level is of this. Let me check real quick. Okay, we're still way below 0 with that. That's fine. Let me just increase the level a bit of this one. Just a level a bit of that as well. Just Could also let's grab the trusty old patch. This might take a little bit because this thing always opens up really slow. Oh, that's not too bad. Come on. Haven't used this one in a while. Not sure if I like this one, but let's drench it in reverb, see what we get. Don't like that quiet. Or at least not what it's playing. Yeah, that's gonna be nice, but I wish that this had portamento. We can probably set that up. Oh, here. Legato, mono. Where's the glide time? Okay, let's see. I guess mono, legato, portamento. Where is the glide? Vibrato, release, okay. Pro edit. Jesus Christ. Portamento time. Right there. Okay, let's see how quick or slow it is now. Right, so let's up that a little bit. Is that even? Oh yeah, it is doing slower glide, but it's also still re-triggering stuff. Legato. Let's do it with a pitch bend. Because it's just a semitone, so... That works as well. In the room, by accessing the synth section. Yeah, that is... What, that's this thing, right? In section, then details. What? I don't even see a details thing. I do see a pro edit thing. Which is what I was in just now. I do also see some things here. Like we got fundamental time here as well, but it's fine. We did it already, so yeah, I don't like the choir. Let's get rid of that. Some more drums in. This one could actually be cool. In fact, let me just redo these because they might just be slightly off, and this loop seems to be just quantized anyway, so if I just do that, then we're gonna have the markers in the exact right spot. Let me switch that to 16s. go. Slice that. Hey, we're missing the first. There's a marker there, for fuck's sake. A warp marker. Does it not understand warp markers? Okay. I mean, it should. Now it has done the first one as well. Yeah. Cool. Let me... Okay, let's start with that. short, that one, but... those are slightly different as well, so... I really like the vocoder on drums. Works so well. Just gives it a bit more of a, I don't know, a bit more of a rubbery kind of sound a lot of times. And depending on how many bends we have, we get a more pronounced effect of that. So it's almost as if, like, because what it's doing obviously is like, it's kind of a vocoder, obviously. It takes this and it works in bends, right? So I assume there are filters involved in that. How else would they create the bends, right? So they would have low pass and high pass filters on each of these bends. And each of those crossovers are kind of like a point where the phase is being rotated. So what you get basically is a disperser effect. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like a disperser effect, what you get. But instead of just having one disperser, which normally it would just be if you would grab a disperser, right? It's set to a specific frequency. And it's going to be doing an all-pass filter around that kind of place, and then I believe there's also delays involved or whatever, but it's always at like a specific frequency. Now you can stack multiple ones with different frequencies, but this has basically a whole bunch of dispersers kind of in one, I guess. Just a whole row of them. And I guess like the easiest way to notice that is if you just grab like EQ3, right? Like if you just grab an EQ3, then you kind of have two crossovers, so that would give you kind of like a double disperser, I guess, set to two different frequencies. If we just group that, and we just start duplicating these, it kind of starts doing a disperser-like effect around these frequencies. So if you map these two frequencies to macro knobs before you start the duplicating, then duplicate them afterwards so that they're all mapped. You can just change the two frequencies. And you kind of have a makeshift disperser in Ableton without using the kilohertz one. And you would get the same thing if you would grab like a multiband dynamics that is not doing anything, like this. Just grab the default preset and then just duplicate that a bunch of times. It starts doing the same thing. See? So there's like a bunch of different ways how you can do that in Ableton. Basically anything that splits the sound up into different bands. So I guess a roar would also work. If you have a roar set to multiband, then I guess you can also do that. And then you also have all the other controls to still mess with, so... Oh, nice. It also adds a bit of distortion already. distortion with disperser in one. So yeah, multiple ways of achieving that, but the vocoder just sounds nice. Because you also have the release control. Make it tighter and the depth here. And the formant, of course. That's why I love this thing for drums so much. I really like that you have the formant control. That just helps a lot to just blend sounds into a tune, I guess. Especially with like hi-hats and shakers as well. It can work really well if you have like some tambourines or something and you want them to be a little bit lower, to just put a vocoder on it and just shift the formant down. Frequency shift could also work, I guess, but if you want to have less high end, then turn the enhance off. I actually like it without the enhance. With the enhance on, it becomes too noisy, too squashed. You can always bring some high end out later as well, so. I kind of like this break at the moment. It's a bit of a dark tone, but it kind of works in this sort of like vibe. Okay. I am going to rename these, but I'm not going to do the... I don't want to fuck up the pattern, so I'm not gonna put them all in, like, order. I'm just gonna quickly rename these so I can see what is what in the MIDI editor. So that's also a kick, and it also makes it easier to group them. That's a snare. That will be a hat. Guess that's a ghost snare. I'll just call it ghost. That's a kick again. But like a quieter kick. That would be a hat, I guess. That's a snare. Another hat. That would be a ghost snare. That sounds like a kick. That also sounds like a kick, but then a ghost kick or something, but... What the fuck is that? Sounds like a ghost snare, but with a kick in it as well. Whatever. Don't really think we're gonna use that little hit. Is that a snare or a ghost snare? Quite a loud ghost snare. That's definitely a ghost snare. So would that be one as well? I think I'm using it. Or not. I'll just leave it as a snare, I guess. Because it is kind of a nice snare. Maybe a bit of room reverb would be nice to give that one a little bit more tail as well. Or like just some convolution. Right, so now, because we've renamed them, yeah, cool. Let's select all the kicks. Let's group those. Let's select the snares. There we go. Now we should still have the same thing. But we've got these racks, meaning that we can just process them separately. So we can maybe EQ the heads a little, because there's quite a bit of low end. I don't want to take everything out like that, but just clean it up a bit. I think we've included a ghost kick in the... it's kind of a mix between a kick and a ghost snare, I think. Doesn't really matter. This one, like, am I gonna layer this kick? Probably am, but Don't want to take all the low end out because I kind of want to use some of these as like some ghost kicks in the end. Because we're probably gonna have another kick in here. Okay, let's see. That has more high end with tube distortion, so might do that. Let's group this one. Let's grab another vocoder. Lost low end because we did the form and shift down is back. Or lost high end. See? Look, without this second vocoder, it becomes really low pass because, and that's because we're shifting it down with the formant here. It's just gonna, you know, the further we go, the less high end we get. So to bring some of that back, we can add like a bit of this. Now, this one is mono, and this is really wide as well, so that will add some width. Don't want that, we can try keeping it on mono, but I'm gonna just check what this sounds like if we play it in mono. Like, that still works fine. Now obviously, we do lose a little bit of high end if we have this in stereo, but I guess that's fine. Doesn't really matter. Okay, let's see. I also kind of like it on that pitch, but because the break, we can't really make these too short because then it really tightens the break, and I kind of like the sound of it with a little bit longer hits for all the different things here. Like I like them to be a little bit longer, so we get more of this sound as opposed to a really tight sound like this. I would almost want to go more like there. Something like here. But let's see what happens if we grab a frequency shifter and we just chuck that on the snares group here. And we just shift all the snares up a bunch. Let's see what we get. Probably maybe add like a little transient to the snare, and then we can use this snare as like the tail. Pitching it up a little bit so that the hits get a bit shorter. That's fine actually. We want to have another chain here. Let's map that to a macro. subtle, but pretty good for a build, actually. I need to take a short bathroom break. I'll just have this play while I'm gone. I'll be back in just a little bit. This thing here. That I think. Let's see if we can find a riser or something. Sure, chuck that in here. Let's see, so let's just pitch it down 2 semitones. And that should make it, maybe we'll put that on texture mode or something. Let's just put it on Complex Pro, see if that works. Okay. Have that and that. So that last note is F that it's hitting. If I put this on F, then we can chuck sub in here, or just an oscillator, it doesn't really matter. Put that on a sine, so that we get that, and maybe chuck it down a bunch of octaves. And if we then distort that, I guess. No noise anymore? Oh. Like, I would have done it on here, but like another way to do this would be, like, if we don't have this, or let's just bypass it, we could use, when this one is all the way down, we can just use this on the level. It starts doing that. See? So there's no distortion necessarily needed to create that sound, which is really nice. But I also wanna sort of like, well, maybe this could be a way to do it. If we set this to macro 3, make it go bipolar. And if now macro 3 goes up, ah, nice. That's the sound I want. Okay, so this would be noise FM, or I guess AM. It's kind of like amplitude modulation that we're doing. Chuck that in here, and then at the end we can bring that up as well. Maybe even just that last little bit. What if we put the note on A sharp? Guess we're just gonna have it slowly come up. That's a little bit nicer. I have another idea, something that could be cool. Because we are using this oscillator, but it's not audible. So what we could do is I could put, does this change if I do that? Like this doesn't change, right? If we pitch bend up, because it's algorithmic noise, so it shouldn't change pitch. So then only this one should change pitch. Ah, nice. Okay, and let's do -12 here, and then let's grab a CC control so that we have the pitch bend here, and I'm gonna make that oscillation pitch up over time. So it's gonna go up here, and then at the end, maybe the last 2 beats or something, we're gonna go down 2 octaves. So just to demonstrate what that sounds like, if we just bring the level up here, we can hear it better. See, so this one starts slower, and then that oscillation speeds up as this rises up, so it builds tension. You get quicker and quicker, and then at the end, it should drop down. Nice. Let's start a little bit like that, so we already have a little bit of it, so we can hear that oscillation a bit more clearly. And then go somewhere there or something. Could also Sounds still weird. But it's fine. Okay, yeah, that's in C, so we can just find something in there. Is this one always monophonic? I guess I don't see a voices amount in this one. Interesting. Oh, I guess it wasn't. Does it? Why does it keep looping that section, huh? Oh. Okay, that works. For some reason. Why does that affect that? Strange. Ugh. What? Check inbox if you got any suggestions. Inbox what? What? Huh? Oh, you guys are talking to each other. I'm like, what? Which inbox? Just join the Discord. Everyone. Everyone who's here, come to the Discord. Yo. Type. Come to the Discord. And of course, now there's also an automatic Discord notification in the chat. Exactly as I typed the command. Okay. Huh. Whoa. That's nasty. That, wow. Oh, fuck, that's cool. The end is fucked, but... Can we... Why is the end so fucked? Why is the end so fucked? I guess because it goes into there, but That might work. What if we do... No, let's go there. We wanna have... Oh, fuck it, I'll do it a different way. I always forget where I saved that one, in which category. Oh yeah, it should be here. The good old tape stop. It's set to glide. I'm not sure. Yeah, definitely wants to be set to glide. That's fine. Like a little thing. I'm just messing with it now. I wasn't even necessarily too much focused on how that will work, but I just liked how it sounded. Could definitely use this and filter the hell out of it, get some weird neuro-y shit out of that. Kind of works. Also works. That one has a more, like a bit more of a cooler sound, but weird shit. kind of need to make some good drums for the drop now. And we can get back to that thing later. In fact, I might actually just want a bit of that, yeah. Maybe I'll just add a layer to it. Let's actually duplicate it so that we have a separate one from the intro. Kick is actually fine like this. Maybe just a little click at the start or something, but I don't really like the high end that it has. Ooh, I'm kind of hearing a dum dum gad 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 dum dum gad gad. Ooh, that could be fun. Never do that. Bom bom gad gad gad. Sure. Let's try it. I'm just gonna duplicate this one. Right. So let's go and mess with this pattern a bit. So I'm just gonna go and do that, and let's go. Not sure if we want to have those there. Not sure about the second half there, but let's see. Maybe. Don't mind that. Guess we just like that. That one. Yeah. That's a good one for using an 8 note before one of the main snares. You get that sound. Cool. So that could be sort of like a bit of a thing that we will build from. Now the second half is probably gonna change, but I do kind of like that. What do we want to have here? I feel like on these I want to have a bit of a higher Reese, but I think either on this one or on that one I want to have some kind of a bass sound that we can probably make from this one. Probably A sharp, to be honest, even though that's a really weird note, but let's see. grab an F note, which would be the 5th. Let's see, that's the sample start. Probably there. And I think I want to have a pitch bend on it. Yeah, and then something bigger Reese happening on these maybe. Okay. How late is it? Oh jeez, it's already 1 AM. I mean, we made a lot of sounds today. That's one thing, that's for sure. There's definitely something in here. The second one? Yeah. Snares. Free effects. Yeah. We're using 20. Let's try and find a sound in the same file. Let's just do that. Let's see. I think it's gonna go on A sharp, to be honest. Or is it gonna go on? going off. Oh. Something like that. That direction. But kind of. You get what I mean. not the right sound. It's too weird. Bit sub heavy probably. Give us the better ones. Yeah, this is gonna take ages. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Oh, here. I'm like, where the fuck is the pitch bend amount? Oh, that's length. This one I don't like, but I'm gonna figure that out later. Almost. Wait. This wants to be something else, but what? I don't know. I'll leave this one though, because this one we might be able to use somewhere else. Jesus Christ. That one is a bit too weird. Yeah, I kind of think I need more of these Reeses, but with more crazy random, so like filtering, and especially like a lot of notch filters, basically, so that it really starts cutting out, sort of like the mids a lot, and then every once in a while they do come back in, but that's kind of the sound I think we need a lot more of now, because these are all they all have a lot of low mids in a way. Some of them don't, but that's just because they have a lot of FM in them. Yeah, I think I'm gonna quit as well. My fucking eyes are fucking tired. My ears as well, but my eyes are actually fucking... I can feel it. I'm just staring at a screen for 4 hours, and, well, more than 4 hours, because I was already working on stuff. We had fun today, though. We had fun today. I'm gonna keep working on this, after I've taken a break. Oh, wait, I Also forgot that we were on that view. I'll be back next week. You know what time? If not, around 8:30 to 9 p.m. Amsterdam time. If you aren't a member of the Discord yet and you are still watching, raise your hands if you are. Join the Discord. That's where we are every day and where you can chat with us and ask stuff about music production or just chat about your daily life, whatever the fuck you want, you know, as long as you keep the rules in mind. Check the rules when you join. Would be nice to see you all there. I'll be back next week. I'm gonna do some more of these Reese things, and I might actually go and make a bunch of new ones that are not as over processed, because I kind of noticed that during this stream a lot of them have too much sub. So I might make a bunch of new ones that are a little bit less sub heavy, so that they're a little bit more usable, because right now these have so much sub that they're kind of overblown, or at least some of them. So but I'll make a pack for the Patreon with like these Reeses, and I'll make sure that they're all the same length, so when you drop them in a sampler and you drop a different one in, you don't have to change the percentages of the loop length and all that. And that should be good, but I'll try and make a bunch of better ones. So thanks for watching. I'll see you all in the next one. Peace.